Hey everyone, this is Malkazer, returning with another installment to the Final Fantasy XIV story playthrough. Last we played, we got through a good chunk of the story, and we ended up here, actually in Garlemald. Where was that massive... Yep, there's the massive evil tower that we get to probably end game over there. We brought a whole contingent over here and try to go ahead and strike at the center of the evil and save as many people along the way as we can. So let's go ahead and keep this going. We'll start with this one, Tracks in the Snow. What ho, chums? Been given something to do, have you? As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful. Sounds like a rather tall order. Ahem, since you ask, we're to scour the Evelyn Rhyme for survivors. What? Wander around ice fields and the off chance you'll find someone? It may take forever to finish a job without the benefit of my expertise, or more specifically, my telescope. Come friends, I know just the spot to begin our search. I'll probably regret this, but we may as well humor him. Yeah, let's see if Manolane actually has something good for us to do, because he's usually kind of useless. Alec! We're in the direct line to get... have one here yet. Yep, there it is. Where's the next nearest one? Northeast. Okay. This is supposed to be the Evelyn Rhyme. Okay. I spy, with my little telescope, a massive sheep thing? Or maybe it's a cow. Not what we're after, either way. Is that an aether current? Oh no, just a wind sprite. Other than that, it's all snow, snow, snow. But lo, what do I see over on the yon hillock? There's no mistaking it. That's a girl. A survivor? Show me. Over there, behind that tree. It looks like she's running away from something. Though surely not us. She wouldn't even know we're here unless she had a telescope like mine. All I can tell is that she's wearing a pale green dress, or a rather fetching one at that. She'll be long gone by the time we get anywhere near, but we should be able to follow her footprints. Yeah. I'll let Lucia know where you're heading. Oh, and take these warming tinctures with you. Take this whiskey. The poor girl must be chilled to the bone, if not the verge of freezing to death. That's actually very thoughtful. Thank you, but won't you need some for yourself? No, I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands I do no less. Unless we forget, the very reason we are here is to protect those in need. Now go, and Godspeed. Throw out some nods. Heck yeah. Searching for footprints. That's what I'm looking for. There's something shiny over there. Trail of fresh footprints lead east. That's nice. No. They happen to be here ahead of me. Whatever. Footprints appear to be the same as those you saw previously and lead towards the building. Speak with Alize, if you insist. We're getting closer, I'm sure of it. At first, we thought she'd gone inside the building, but the door doesn't look to have been open in some time. She might still be nearby, so we'll keep looking around here. Then again, it's also possible she ran right past this place. Would you mind searching up ahead? Surveying, just looking around. Something to make it take longer, for no reason. Ooh. The girl in the green dress anxiously surveys her surroundings. Were you to call out to her from a distance, it might attract wild beasts to your location. It'd be safer to get closer first, but you must do so without drawing her attention. Looking to be sneaky. Follow the girl from a safe distance. The objective will end in failure if you are noticed. Make use of cover, such as rocks, to approach her without being seen. Similarly, the objective will also end in failure if you fall too far behind. You may try again by returning to the designated location. So far, so good, eh? Okay. These things look mean, whatever they are. She was running just fine before. He can't see me. Overgrown rose. Ooh. There she goes. There's conveniently something to hide behind every single time. They're all depending on you. What for? You're leading me up to this area. Can I just walk by you? Oh, she saw me. I wasn't expecting her to stop so quickly. I have to go all over again. Oh, very exciting. They usually ran a little bit further than that. But now I know they head to those pillars on the bridge. Okay. Oh. Attempt to follow her again. I know. Can I mount up? Watch you see me immediately because I'm mounted. She can see over this thing. What's up? Huh. That'll be. Let's just figure that out right now. Apparently not. Now she's gonna walk to the trees. Ignore the beating of wings. Imagine getting into a fight during this. Yes, you're imagining things. Go away, overgrown rose. And book it. Alright, now we're in unknown territory. Hopefully I don't fail it again. Like just doing a play-by-play over there. This is it, the final spurt. Mm-hmm. He doesn't see me. Goes. Oh, she just takes off. Okay. Dang it, I hate when I was like so close to the end. Phew, still in one piece. Who are you? Stay back. This house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this place sky high. Please, we just want to talk. I'm Alphino, and this is my sister Alize and our good friend Malkazair. We have no intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else. I give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the ones responsible for all this. You did this to us. We didn't, I promise you. One of the other reasons we came was to find out what happened here, in fact. The Talafaroi are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to the Garlemald, and they won't stop until they destroy the entire world. They're the enemy, our enemy. In our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who had been made their thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care, and we are striving to cure them of their affliction. You're the first person we've met who wasn't already enslaved. How were you able to escape the Talafaroi's influence? Are there any others like you? I'm sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? My name's Licinia. As for how I've managed to stay sane, I've been asking myself the same question. Ever since that night, and the roar, that terrible roar, and then the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure, I can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If your hells are real, I saw that one that day. I ran, past friends, people I'd known all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers, but didn't stay to watch. I fled as far as my legs would take me. Do you have family here? Is this their home? No, this is Victor's Spoils, a mansion for retired soldiers. Or it was, but now me and a few others are borrowing it. As for the explosives, I was making that up. I just wanted to keep everyone else safe, and I didn't know if you were. The truth is, our supplies are running low. You said you're here to help, can you? Of course. Whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I better tell the others, though. Wait here. This is everyone. Freezing. Licinia says you can be trusted. These are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops into our home. Having said that, were you to provide us with means of healing the place as a sign of goodwill, perhaps we could take you at your word. If that is too much to ask, then leave us be. Busy work. Time to put my firewood gathering skills to use. Could you provide the spark with a little magic, Alize? We'll have a fire burning in no time. Did we build it under that gazebo? The what? Oh, you mean the bower. Yes, do as you will. ... Who are you? Are you related to Livia and Lucia? Because of the name Licinia? Maybe. What's this one? How the mighty have fallen. Okay. Sorry, I'm still finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I've worked up quite a sweat from all the running about, so I'll leave space around the fire for others. As you can tell, they're in a far worse state than me. We were planning to look for somewhere warmer or with more food, but they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? First things first, let's see if we can find an aether current. Aw, passed out on the way in. Oh, like a radio. Is that a radio? It is. I can treat their frostbite and their wounds, but it'll take time for the fire to do its work. Now would be a good occasion to make use of Amanalane's tinctures, the ones that can warm the body from the inside out. Would you make sure everyone gets one? The numbness is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies, it will return with a vengeance. Warming tincture? I've never heard of such a thing. No harm in trying. But tell me, have you heard out of the city? Though calling it that seems absurd after what's happened. Nothing but ruins now. The few buildings still standing offer no more than meager protection from wind and snow. Food production, water purification. The magitech that sustained us has come to a grinding halt. The what machina that remains operational cannot be run from lack of ceruleum. Of course, Cerulean Engines is full of stuff for all the good it does us. No one here knows the first thing about extraction or refinement. All is well. Yes, never better. Oh, what sweet libation is this? Is it poison by any chance? Aha, 'twas a joke, ha 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 ha. If I laugh, 'tis that I may not weep, so said the poet. And alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek ere they fell. We are the blessed damned, but to bear witness to the fall of the great empire, while our brethren lie dead, or live on as puppets of flesh. First came the war, then came the roar. When morning came, Garlemald was no more. In a cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and scream was our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the disheveled remnants, their lavish finery caked in ash, as they shuffled mindlessly toward the palace. Each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, an offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I have fled with my health, if not my conscience preserved. Now I wait with my fellow cowards for our final judgment. What do you want? A tincture. May as well drink it, I suppose. It's a radio. You don't have them where you come from, I take it. We use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular. Made with quality components, crafted with the finest ore, sourced from Locus Aminus it is. Not all but useful, since the capital fell into ruin. The people at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like all the others, because all we've been hearing is the same music, being played over and over again. Home beyond the horizon, an ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus Aminus. We may have founded an empire in these frozen wastes, but we always hoped to take back what was once ours. It's a solemn reminder that though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varus yet lives, and that he speaks to us through our radios. It was a cunning strategy, faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself, that he may one day make his triumphant return. Yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varus would not be defeated so easily. Okay. His son killed him, so whatever. What's that? So this is what you gave the others. Thank you. I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Okay. Are you part of the group staying in Laterum? I saw Legatus Virgilia's troops heading towards the Magna Glacies a few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? Yeah, broken glass, you call it. And Virgilia and her men are all there now. So how did you reach the Magna Glacies? Did you cross the mountains on foot? Airships. Then there might be a way to... Licinia, where is everyone? Is something the matter? A voice from inside, you say? You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby almusty has found its way into the house. It would be the first time. Without the soldiers to scare them off, wild animals have been roaming closer to the settlements. Some have been known to attack people, too. I've just had an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat a Legatus, then surely a few beasts shouldn't pose a threat. If you have a mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of tappers living there, people whose job was to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what we can tell. I've already tried asking if they would share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange, lots of food. And that's something we don't have and can't get on our own. On top of that, to even reach their den, we'd have to make our way past all those creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? We only need enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to your camp. If the offer still stands, that is. Oh, and I don't expect you to give up your own supplies. But there might be another way to pay the tappers. This room you need, this room you should have. Just watch out for being almost as while we're away. Thank you so much. Rich Tapper's Den, you'll have to cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight, but if you're rather not take the risk, you'll need to take the long way around. Finding the entrance can be a bit tricky too, so it's easier just to look for someone standing guard outside. However you decide to head there, please be careful. Of course, the random mount roulette picks the largest one. Makes me look like I'm going super slow. Awesome. I have a feeling. Oh man, I was right. Nope, not dealing with the fate right now. Oh, heck yeah. Yeah, this like it was obvious. Who goes there? How did you find us? What do you mean I sounded like a sore thumb? If the purebloods over at Victor Spoils hadn't given away our location, you'd never have found us. Those stuck-up arseholes. Thought they could come waltzing in here demanding cerulean with nothing to offer in return. Ha! Looks like the boot's on the other foot now the capital's gone to shite. Well, they've resorted to sending you to negotiate. I know your game, Sellsword. If you think we'll give in to intimidation, you've got another thing coming. Really? Here. Revitio! Oh, my Chocobo leveled up. I'll take care of that in a second. There you are. Just after you left, Licinia asked me to go and catch up with you in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let slip that I have a little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. So this is Tapper's Den. Well then, after you. You just stopped me. Slow me down. Who are you? What happened to the guards? It's the Ronso. The Eorzeans and rebels are here to save the people of Garlemald. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why in the hells would you pass up this chance to put this Imperial bastards to the sword? Let me guess. None of you are Garlean. You were brought here from other lands? Yerbania, Yangja, Boja, Dalmasca, to name a few. Some dragged here against our will, others fed bollocks about a better life, all put to work extracting ceruleum. All given this esteemed title of An, placing us firmly in the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing in the new Garlemald, says we. About the only thing that escaped more or less unscathed is cerulean engines. still sustaining us, even with our paymasters out of the picture. We hear you're experts in drawing up ceruleum from the bottom of the lake. But how can you do that if it's frozen over? Wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, if it's not as if ceruleum is used much these days, what with the city in ruins, we take enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later. And though it helps stave off the cold, it does sod all about our hunger unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we've got ceruleum by the barrel full. If they're interested, we'll exchange it for whatever provisions they're willing to spare. You can certainly ask, but if you're all free to go now, why carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we managed to go back to our homelands, there'd be nothing left for us thanks to the Empire. And the knowledge and skills we acquired working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. We're staying for the time being. As long as there's a need for ceruleum, we'll find a way to get by, even if Garlemald as we knew it is gone for good. Gone for good. Points. Okay, 7 points. It's been quite a while since we've done any of this. More damage. I don't really take a lot of damage anyway since I'm the one tanking, so... Regardless of what the Ilsabar contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that would be a cause for celebration, while for others, their whole way of life will have been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it is for the best that it is consigned to history. But what of the ordinary people, their lives, their stories? Will they be forgotten too? I suppose there'll be plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting some ceruleum. So, you've come to seeking ceruleum, have you? What? Those pure bloods of Victor Spoil sent you? Turn to their enemies for help. They must be more desperate than I thought. Then again, Licinia's got her little sister to think about. A sister? Well, we only saw Licinia and 3 men. It's possible she died from whatever was ailing her. If she needed treatment, I doubt there'd be any way to get it around here. I may have refused Licinia at first, thinking she'd come back with something to exchange, but I can spare them a bottle's worth of ceruleum. Consider it a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them our way, you hear? I can't for the life of me think why Licinia would keep her sister a secret from us, but we can ask about that after we've delivered the ceruleum. Come on, let's hurry back. What level is that? 525. The legs are better, so. Getting stuck in some rocks. How typical. This way anyway. Can't go up those rocks. Back in that area. Okay. Alice, I teleported. This isn't right. It's too quiet. I would have thought Alphino would still be treating them by the fire, but they're nowhere to be seen. I'll look inside the house while you search outside. They can't have gone far. It was a trap. So he's obviously not where we left him. What was that? I heard something. They asked me to help carry supplies, but when I followed them back here, they attacked me. Caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. I fear they fared rather worse than me. You can't fool us. We know what you're about. Vultures, that's what you are. Waiting in the wings for us to show weakness, then in you swoop. Here to help, what rot, all a ploy, to make us lower our guard. Let you in, put ourselves at your mercy, put us in chains, steal our lands, get your revenge. You're wrong. That's not what any of us wants. Save the arguments for later. We've got bigger problems. I found empty medicine bottles and a bed that was still warm. It's true. Licinia was hiding her sick sister inside the house. But now there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? Away from you and yours. And you think I'll tell you you're a fool. I never give up my people. We're trying to help them, you idiot. Her sister's ill. The empty bottles prove it. So the medicine ran out, or she put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry. Or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere. How could you let them go alone? Protect them from you. You invade our homeland, taint it with the same sorcery used to slay our countrymen. A guardian which should sooner die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee. Keep their purity intact than be corrupted by your vile magics. We were waiting for a chance to free them since the moment you arrived. This is getting us nowhere. I cannot say how Licinia and her sister will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. I first need to tend to my injuries and theirs. I will join you in the search after. Alright, be careful. Well, Alphino has lasers, so he'll be fine. We'll do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out of here, so that's where we'll start. Funny, I was way over there when I was running, but now I have to run again. Two sets of fresh footprints. Young women, judging by the size. This is definitely them. Come on. At least it looks like I'm going faster, running on the coral over here. The trail stops at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose this route so as not to leave footprints. I can't think of any other reason. Look at this place, it's crawling with beasts, and I can only imagine how hard it must be for her ailing sister to cross the ice. We could really do with Alphino's help, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues. Come on, gang. Half-buried piece of paper. The wet paper half buried in the snow appears to be a flyer for a theater group, though the run of the show is advertised has long since ended. That's useless. Pretty big circle over here. There's something shiny there. Fresh blood. The blood staining the snow appears to be fresh, judging by the amount. The victim may have been severely wounded. The trail of blood leads southeastwards. The two bodies are already cold. Dang. Straight up got killed out here. Both of them did. Hey, some voice acting. How they know exactly where to find me?
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked. No. Why wouldn't they?
Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have... We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold. I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. I want to understand, so I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
There must have been something we could have done, but what? Should we have never come here? Would they still be alive if we hadn't? We have already caused enough harm here. Let us return to the camp before we cause any more. As for those inside the house, we should send someone to take care of them. Someone who isn't us. All we can do for now is make our report to Lucia and do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. So let us linger here no more. Come. Yeah, I'll just get over there. Alize and Alphino tell me they've finished their preliminary search for survivors, but refrain from saying much more than that. Clearly they are reluctant to provide details. When I ask you for your account? Explain, explain. Explain, explain, explain.
Thank you for your report. We shall inform the troops of these developments and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
Should have done that in the first place.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Popularis, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's Third Legion clashed with the First, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events of the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Xenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the Third Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvis is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the First Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory, and that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
My pillow's flying off.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varus giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
Do we? Oh, the radio.
Varus spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends, I must speak with you.
Okay.
A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
Everybody.
Who do we have here?
Is this somebody we know?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a temple knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Julius Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours.
Ooh, a
If you wish to
commander.
treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
Do I have to go?
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Alphino?
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
That's 4.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
What would your mother say if I let you 2 go by yourselves?
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
No, I won't. I'm gonna go beat people up.
Couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
You will be received as invited guests, and so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. Your safe return takes precedence above all else. Remember this. Thancred in particular will be worried sick if you're gone too long. May the Fury watch over and keep you. Are you and the children ready? I will explain the route once we are outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. I'd expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation. Alright, this is far enough. Listen carefully. We head over that hill, then follow the road until we reach Liminal Station 4. Children in the lead. I want you where I can see you. We do have names, you know. I'm Alize, and he's Alphino. And last but not least, he's Malkazair. Malkazair, where have I heard that before? No matter. Alphino and Alize will watch the road ahead while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about there being many dangers, so you're to run, not saunter, run toward the station. If you even think about going for your weapons, the deal's off. Should any creatures bar the way, we go around them. We'll accompany you. Ready to make a dash for the station? This must be the road he mentioned. Not the easiest surface to run on. Stop complaining. You better not draw attention. Okay. Is that a hunt target? Because that's the only one like it I see around here. And it's not. This is it. The first stop, that is. Good. Looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No, we're stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you've kept to your side of the bargain, we can carry on. North of the station is Regio Demorum, one of the main residential areas, or at least it was. The afflicted roam the streets in packs. They'll tear us to shreds if given the chance. Keep close. No wandering off, understood? You're gonna hold on a second while I go find this Aether Current. They have cars. There it is. From here, we'll be heading northeast, keeping to the left of the railway. While the route itself is straightforward, getting past the hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. They would attack their own countrymen? Aye, they spare their own but slaughter the rest without hesitation. Though we'll try to avoid detection, the chances of by sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best. I will lead the way, but in the event we are unseen, you're to fight them off. These two will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. While I doubt they'd be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back, I will not take that chance. With that said, let us proceed. Can I walk normally? Yeah. Looks like that train got suplexed. Oh, someone stunned me. Boom, Confitio. I see why your comrades chose you. Julas, our contingent has a cure for the afflicted, or tempered as we call them. Your people would need to be taken into custody, that way we may administer the treatment, but they would eventually regain their sanity. Is that so? For all I know, your treatment would simply force and forsake one master for another. As far as I and my legion are concerned, they are no longer our people. They are beyond saving. Those who thought differently and tried to reason with them were butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, we have to keep moving. I'm gonna go out of my way real quick and go get this Aether Current. Even though I'll probably head this way eventually anyway. You know what? Yeah, let's just do it. Never mind. Change my mind. Looks like we're not being followed. We will continue onward. No, I don't want to fight you. Rubber band already. There we go. I meant what I said. These people deserve only death. I stayed my hand before only out of a desire to remain undiscovered, and that is still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the railway. You can stand there, Julius. Konnichiwa. Look at what they become. Would you stand here and claim that they can be cured? Those exposed to a vast quantity of a primal's ether may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. Then you admit it. Now that you've seen these monstrosities yourself, perhaps you'll think twice before speaking of a cure. Right there. He was like underneath or something. We're almost there. You have to keep your side of the agreement, so I'll keep mine. This way. That's it. This is Tertium, one of Garlemald's largest stations, and now serves as our headquarters. I've already sent the twins ahead. I'll be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. It's plain to see why they chose this as their base of operations. They could have done a lot worse. Even so, I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Indeed, and if Jealous was willing to make the perilous journey to cap broken glass in search of food, their own supplies must be all but exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and snow, but it's still bitterly cold. Much like Victor's spoils, it must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. Lower your voices. While you may be here as my guests, the others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander is in the locomotive, over there. One moment, I'll be right back. I am returned. Aw, can't even use the 8th right. Can't use this though. Imposing commander.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir. I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Vankina, Legatus of the First Legion.
The first? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'Twas only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned.
What a zealot.
Conquest and empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here. And all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want. What you hope for.
So much blood has been shed. So much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together? To face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils.
Well, they also saw all the provinces where that did go to
That is why
Garlemald.
we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter.
Everybody saw them.
You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
I could take
We
him.
will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition.
Stay away from this spot.
Collar them.
Oh.
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock.
And if you're to do it just because you want to?
Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed. Even if he allowed himself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If he refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
You needn't worry about us.
Disobey.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
They look pretty cool.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
Because even the most bitter adversary may one day see reason. In the coldest, blackest of nights, meager though it may be, we must share the warmth of our fire. I like that one.
are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be. You will be their warden. Take them away.
He's not even looking at you. How would he know? Oh.
Yes, sir.
Now he gets it. Can I use the 8th right now? As per Lord Quintus's instructions, I am to supervise you during your time here in Tertium. Before you ask, no, I don't have a key or any other means to remove your collars, nor would I tell you if I did. And if you try anything, you'll soon wish you hadn't. So, do you truly intend to speak with the others, or is that merely a ruse? We're in no hurry to disobey Lord Quintus, if that's what you mean. Or perhaps you would doubt the wisdom of his decision. Do as you will, but remember, I'll be watching. If I catch wind of you doing anything untoward, trying to trick our people into turning their coats and the like, the shock collars will be the least of your worries. Understood? Although we're somewhat compromised, to put it lightly, let's not waste this opportunity. I suggest splitting up and learning what we can of our situation. Above all else, don't use magics of any sort. You, on the other hand, may go wheresoever you wish, even outside the camp. I know full well I couldn't stop you if I tried. But do not forget, if you do anything to endanger us or our interests, Alphino and Alizé will pay the price. 5 people, ugh. It's you, Malgazar Earthbiter. I served under Lord Gaius in the 14th Legion. I was there on the night the Praetorium fell. You and your adventurers, you killed them, my comrades, my friends. Swept them aside in their dozens, as though they were nothing to you. And maybe I am too, just another faceless enemy to cut down. But it won't be long until a countryman return, until you get what you deserve. Mark my words. Dang. It's so cold. The verge of losing consciousness. Okay. I know who you are. The so-called champion of Eorzea. Come to gloat, have you? I'll wipe that smirk off your face. By the blood of our fallen compatriots, I swear I'll... Ugh! Damn. Tore the sutures. Of all the times, the worst of the lot within striking distance, and I can't even muster the strength. If it weren't for the third bleeding us, we'd be at the end of you. Virgilia's treachery nearly cost Lord Quintus his life, but we made our escape. Took shelter in a mansion, tended to the wounded as we prepared to strike back, and then... Night fell and we gathered around the radio, then the roar, the terrible roar. The capital was in chaos, but we were spared. If you can call this a mercy, mind intact but body broken, a soldier in name alone. I'd cut you down where you stand if I could, murderer. The radio is the same model as the one used in Victor's spoils. Perhaps it is what saved the soldiers here from being tempered. You came with Julius, didn't you? Well, whatever business brought you here, you'd best keep your hands off the Aetheryte. It's deactivated, but I'd rather you didn't mess about with it. There are others throughout the city, built by Garleans, 4 Garleans. Could teleport all over in the blink of an eye, provided there was a terminal nearby. These days, however, we use the Aetheryte's power to keep this place lit, though that comes at the cost of its normal function. Did you learn anything of note? And your findings are consistent with my own. Their plight is desperate indeed. The sick and injured are at greatest risk. Without warmth and proper nutrition, I fear they will soon perish. I realize there is precious little we can do for them at present, but I cannot bear to see them suffer. Please, will you help me tend to them? Who's there? My eyes, I can't see all that well. Thank you. The numbness has subsided a little. But I know I won't last much longer. You should look to the others who can still fight. Give them my ration. If me going hungry means someone else lives to see another day, so be it. At least I can still serve in that way. So those you met fare no better? I was afraid you would say that. I know we were warned against meddling in their affairs, but we can't leave them like this. Perhaps we might gain permission to have the contingent deliver supplies. Quintus may have made his feelings on that matter quite clear, but even he must recognize they are not in position to refuse help. Maybe Julius could persuade him, though we need to persuade Julius first. Well, seen enough? Julius, the people here have barely enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and the others been able to procure any more supplies? We've been scavenging provisions from the nearby houses, as most families kept some stored away in the event they were snowed in. Still, going out and getting in is dangerous work, and we have a lot of mouths to feed. Fuel is a greater concern, though. We had some ceruleum set aside until it was stolen. We haven't identified the culprit. Could have been other refugees, or one of the afflicted for all we know. Either way, we're down to the last dregs. Without the heating they need, those in poor health are only going to get worse instead of better. If it's ceruleum you need, our contingent has secured a ready supply. We can have some sent over. We will not accept your charity. We can hold on a little longer, the situation is sure to change. Aye, everything will change. One of your comrades mentioned something along those lines. Those mysterious countrymen of yours, I assume? Heard something of it, have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you could do to interfere, so there's no harm in telling you. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted, or in the bastard's words, loyal servants of the Telafroi. Then he made his way inside the Imperial Palace, or what stands in its place. When identified the seat of the enemy's power, we realized. Lord Quintus dispatched a messenger to the 10th Legion, saying as much and instructing them to join forces with the provincial legions, to prepare for a combined assault on the Telafroi. Once our allies arrive, your contingent will be set running for the hills. Then we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. And how do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before the reinforcements reach Garlemald. We need help now. Say the word, we will bring you ceruleum. I will speak with Lord Quintus. That was quick. So, did he agree to it? No, he will not place Garlemald in the debt of her enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for ceruleum outside. As you are under my watch, you will come with me. Very well. After all, many hands make light work. You lot are more trouble than you're worth. Once we are outside, you will follow my instructions to the letter. We depart shortly. His park materials. We will begin our search for ceruleum in Regio Urbanissima. The first location is Forum Soleus, a park to the northwest of the station. You are to remain close to me at all times and act only as ordered. Follow me. What if an actual army came down here? You only have one way out. Ether current. And they have a directory. So this is the park. I'm surprised they found space for one amongst these buildings. Actually, the recreational areas came first. The houses were later built around them. A healthy society requires communal spaces for children to play and adults to socialize. This park was named after the founding of the great founding father of the empire, the great Solus Zos Galvus. Did we come to extract ceruleum from the wrecked Magitech armor? No, we've already drained it dry. Same goes for the rest of the machina in the vicinity. But as our ceruleum has been stolen, we must scour the city for every last drop. While I don't expect to find anything here, I've decided to try one more time, in case something has been overlooked. I see. Then with your permission, we will commence the search. Search for ceruleum. There's one shiny thing right there. Where's the next nearest? A cursory inspection of the wrecked Magitech armor confirms that the fuel canisters have long since been drained of ceruleum, as Julius said. Contraption is built in the style of Imperial War Machina, armed with a battery of weapons and capable of transforming into different configurations. But on closer inspection, it appears to be no more than a children's slide. Why would that help me look for ceruleum then? Oh. There's two spots right there. Let's start with the shop counter. Though rather small by Garlean standards, the structure is reminiscent of a merchant's stall. Perhaps it was built for children to play a shopkeeper. There's nothing inside resembling Magitech or any other devices that would be fueled by ceruleum. Several points of interest are marked on the map of Forum Solius, the pond, children's play areas. To your knowledge, however, none require the use of ceruleum. Oh, it's you. Any luck? There's no sign of any ceruleum. Hardly surprising, but disappointing nonetheless. I couldn't help but notice you gazing at the pond. Something the matter? What? Yes, no, It's just, I used to bring my brother and sister here to play. The pond was heated to stop her from freezing over. So like all the other children, they just had to wade in and splash about. Would have stayed there if I didn't drag them out. We'd be sopping wet when all was said and done. Every time. And every time when we get home, Mother would scold us, saying we'd catch our death walking around like that. Han was heated. He figured it out too, Alphino. With cerulean-powered heater by chance? Suppose it must have been. Come to think of it, I remember seeing engineers changing out a tank beneath the hatch. But that was a long time ago, when the water still flowed clear. It wasn't this brackish muck. We can't see a thing, and I can't remember where the hatch might be. With the machinery most likely broken, the amount of filth in there probably the only reason it hasn't frozen over. I wager it's still unbearably cold, though. Julius, what are your thoughts on magic? The average garland would jump out of their skin if they saw it, but the first has a few foreign signiferi medici, so it doesn't scare me. And I take it you won't mind if I employ a little now. Alphino, as you have a knack for finding dry wood, why don't you bring me some? Once that's done, a blast of earth fire should do the trick. Leave it to me. You're not planning to go in there, are you? Of course I am. That tank isn't going to fetch itself. It's nothing so involved as extracting unprocessed cerulean from a frozen lake like how the tappers do it. We're talking about a shallow pond in a park, and we have a way of warming ourselves up after. But that's insane. So, fancy a dip? A little friendly competition might make things interesting. Last thing we need is you catching a cold. Step aside while I drink the pond dry. That way we'll find it another time. I like the competition. Last one to find the cerulean tank is a rotten egg. Or I dare say we'll both smell like rotten eggs when this is over. He hasn't found the wood yet. You delve into the murky water, but come up empty-handed. To add injury to insult, the icy wind in your damp clothing chills you to the bone. Aw, taking damage. Chill it again. Of course, it's the last one. Biggest catch of what you might think might be a handle. You open the hatch and receive a cerulean tank. Retrieve a cerulean tank. However, your grand discovery comes at great personal cost as you become acutely aware of the freezing cold and a rancid odor emanating from every limb of your body. Julius would doubtless feel compelled to pinch his nose shut when you deliver to him your prize. How ridiculous. Did you find anything? I hope you did. That's it. And there's still some ceruleum left. And the fire's still not ready. Hold on, I'll give Alphino a hand. Call me an Uldan, because by fire I am reborn. And my clothes are mostly dry now, too. I appreciate you recovering the ceruleum, but I wish you'd taken the time to discuss the plan with me beforehand. Despite the way you've been treated in Lord Quintus's eyes, you're still envoys deserving of protection. If you were to die on my watch, you'd be most displeased. Your concern is duly noted, but all's well that ends well. Julius, you mentioned coming here with your younger siblings. Did you grow up in Garlemald? I did, not far from here. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contributions to the Empire, were awarded an estate. He lived well, better than many. What was Garlemald like in those days? Everything. It was everything you could imagine, and so much more. Even during the coldest winters, we always found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking off your coat, and sitting down for a hot meal with family, visiting friends and relatives, receiving that same welcome, knowing they had everything they needed. Walking down the street, seeing the lights in all the houses, hearing the faint sounds of laughter and song, of happiness. And although the summers came and went all too quickly, in that brief respite, the ice would melt and the forgotten grass make its triumphant return. Gray clouds gave way to blue skies. Some mornings we'd climb to the top of the tallest building we could find to watch the sunrise. Never again. Excuse me. Those rooftops are rubble, those friends dead, and those memories. But if I could reclaim even a fraction of what we once had. Soon our chance will come. We just need to hold on a little longer. Alright, now that you've recovered from your escapades in the pond, there's another location I'd like to search just outside the park. As you can see, this place is littered with the remnants of various types of war machina. While my comrades and I have already recovered the tanks from the less damaged units, those that took a more severe beating are harder to scavenge. We decided to save those for another time, that time being now. Rather than prize them apart piece by piece, it'd be quicker to remove the outer casing using compact explosives. With luck, we'll gain access to the tanks without rupturing them. Though the force generated by these devices is relatively weak, I would advise you to stand well clear to avoid being hit by any shrapnel. Before even bothering, though, you should check the Machina's ceruleum gauge to see if there's any left. It should still provide an accurate reading, even when the unit itself is inactive. If the gauge is broken, I'll let you decide whether to use an explosive or not. If you need more, come to me. Understood. Let's get to work. Might as well. But it is actually empty. No, it's empty too. Alright, so I need to go get more bombs. Why don't you just give me a bunch? See if I can find this Aether current that is directly west. More west. Oh, come on. Is it above me? I hear it. Yep, there it is. There's a fate. Alright, we'll get that another time. Move on. Ow. There we go. It's still half full or half empty, depending on one's perspective. More explosive. Wait, is that what I think it is? You've done it again. Truly, luck is on your side. With this, we should be able to refuel quite a few of our heaters. It's time we headed back. Wait here while I go and see how Alice and Alphino are faring. We have a fight.
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we? Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Carry on as you are and listen. After you left with the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of us scouts follow you at a discreet distance. We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside. When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything.
Explain, explain.
The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise. This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel. An interesting development, and perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for.
Tower of Babel was also in Final Fantasy IV.
Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them. With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
They had not gone far.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
You say so. Ah, teleported. Thank you.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground. brought back a king's ransom?
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all as I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile.
Savages. Alice had the same response.
It's a poor attempt at humor. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Lord Quintus!
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
What?
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
Exactly.
The time for action is upon us. My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question. Will they ever escape this cold? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Euless spoke?
Euless.
Finished your war, Council?
Alphino and Alizé are to stay here as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil. Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
Do it. Shaking.
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Do as he says.
Get them out of here.
Alphino and Alize will be fine, providing they do not resist. You will accompany me back to your camp, where I will meet with your leader and present Lord Quintus's demands. Before we depart, however, there is something I would ask of you. Assuming your contingent complies, the supplies they surrender will need to be transported here. That task falls to the legionaries Marcellinus and Octavia, who will pilot Magitech armor to your headquarters. You are to inform them that we are leaving shortly. Tell them to ask the Ale for further details in those words. Once you've seen to that, meet me by the exit. Can I use your 8th right yet? You again. Ask the Ale, he said. Heh. So, that's be the way of it. After all this... Ironic that you should be the one to deliver the news. Those are my orders, then so be it. For the glory of Garlemald. Oh, that sounds like something bad. Maybe that's the way Marcellinus was reacting. Dang it. Okay. What do you want with me? Ask the eel, Sir Lord Quintus has reached a decision. I knew he would understand, that he would recognize the savage as a ruthless, merciless creature, and to defeat him, we too must be uncompromising. I am ready. In the name of Emperor Varus, the glory of Garlemald, I will fulfill my duty. What are they doing? That they're like, ask the eel. What? Isle, or however they want to pronounce it. Have you done as instructed? But duties involve more than transportation to the spies, don't they? What do you mean by ask the Isle? I'm not at liberty to divulge that. What I can say is this. You have no cause for concern if our demands are met. You and I are in this together now. Like it or not, we have to cooperate. There is one other matter. A place I'd like to visit on the way to your camp. It's a short walk from here. Follow me. This busted up town. Leave me alone, automated slasher. I was going behind you so you didn't aggro, but whatever. Euless lingers by the ruins, reluctant to leave and reluctant to stay. Unable to move on. Wait, here? Yes. This is his home.
This is my home. Our home. At least it was, until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate. When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and They tried to. And I had to. I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped.
What timing?
I promised. The Garlean flag bears a chain, the bonds between our countrymen.
Is that what that is?
A red link at its center. The blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us? I'm sorry, forget I spoke. We should go.
Right now, no gods are saving anybody. Except for me. And Heidelin.
It's no use.
Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. But he wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do.
Come on, Alphino. You see what she's doing.
It's so cold.
Painfully so. Unbearably.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule. Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people. One race cleansed of imperfections. A cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world? But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum. Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos. Searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be. We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms. A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance. I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics, to see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined. But it only spurs me onward, to find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too. Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand, to refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
You've found your own reason to fight.
Yes. Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace. But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all. And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
I pray I am up to the task.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives. Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
I'm gonna smack you upside the head.
Thank you, Alize.
Oh, it's Thancred busting him out? Oh, it's Estinian.
The scouts have secured Alize and Alphino. Their collars were removed without complication as well. They report no casualties, Not for their party, nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
It would appear the situation has changed. I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
It's your way or the highway, huh?
Ambush!
Shouldn't be. They're huge, and it's pretty open field. You should be able to see them coming.
More are coming! Make ready!
We, the loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Garlemald, of the fallen Emperor Varys, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return! Stop, both of you!
This child may be the worst emissary I've ever seen.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience. They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 12th had ended in failure. Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Lies! Every word!
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Inform her that we will honor the 10th's decision.
And you'll meet with her?
Bereft of hope, and now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you. I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united, of peace and prosperity.
But only your way.
We are ghosts, you and I, memories of days gone by. Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
Really? Look away, children.
Quickly! We have to reach the station before it's too late.
Everyone else is just
If there
walking.
is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
He's gonna kill himself, so he better move quickly.
I just hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
Yeah, don't stand around. Everyone else needs to run too. Yep. Stupid. Stupid, stupid. Much and more has occurred since we last met. As for determining what comes next, we must speak with Lord Quintus. Before we proceed, tell me what you know of the First Legion and the disposition of their forces. They're hungry, cold, most of them are dying. They were preparing for war while the refugees in their care were left to go hungry. A reckless, short-sighted plan that risks the welfare of the people they are sworn to protect. Nevertheless, you cannot compel them to accept our aid. If we were to arrive in force with the intent to do so, we'd only incite panic, but perhaps they can be persuaded to follow one of their own. Go with Euless back to the station and have them lead the refugees here. Some may be unwilling or unable to leave, but for the time being, I'll take what I can get. Alpha and Alizé and the scouts intend to extricate them, sent to extricate them should already be at the station. I'll also have our other comrades in the area lend their support should it be needed. Understood. I have to walk all the way back. Hey, is it a blue quest? Ooh. I do have to walk all the way back. How ridiculous. Maybe this will keep me busy along the way. Skip, skip, skip. Alright, well, where are these ceruleum engines? There. Pew pew pew. Right over there. I see it. Well, I guess I have to walk back. I'll unfortunately have to be able to pick up a few Aether currents along the way. Oh, where is he? Oh, when I ran away? Did he get lost? Yeah, that's right. He can't keep up with me. That mechanic is annoying to me. You can't just run around and do stuff. You have to wait for someone to catch up with you. One of the other things that kind of bothers me so about this expansion. Alright, where's the next nearest aether current? North. Let's just go north and get it. How many more do I have to get anyway? 4 out in the wild. 4 from quests. Okay. I'll give you in this area. Yep, there it is. North. Gonna be up in this area. Raining. I think it's cold enough it would snow, but okay. West, so it's in here. Later. Alright, directly east. Hey, look, some supplies that then we can come get. Oh no. Well, let's hope this one's easy to find. Yeah, buddy. Can't see in here, but there it is. Come on. There we go. One left to find out in the wild. And then the rest are from quests. So let's go find this one. It says southeast. Yep. Fight me. Later. Automated death machine. Looks like a war mech. From Final Fantasy XI. Come on then. I want to die that bad. I kind of like this battle music from this expansion. It's kind of nice. Nice. No more ether currents defined physically, so onward. At least that got me close. Algazer and Euless. We arrived just before you did, and too late. Too late for what? What's happened? It's Lord Quintus. He took his own life. After the news about the 10th, he relieved us of our duties. Then, when he was alone, he... No, he wouldn't. We think we have some healers who can cast Resurrect on him. Tancred and the others, assisted by the soldiers, have seen to their remains. In due course shall the legatus be afforded a proper burial. He released us from our duty. He wanted us to be free to choose our own fate. Without him to guide us, I have just this moment spoken with Lucia. We are ready to commence the transfer of the refugees here to Camp Broken Glass, should they be willing to accept our aid. Some would rather die, but most of us would just want to live. Songs and standards be damned, we just want to live. We'll need to speak with the refugees. They'll have to decide for themselves if they wish to come with us. If anyone would prefer to stay, we can have supplies brought over for them. It'll be a hard journey for the others, but we'll see if they reach our camp safely. All the nods. Is that Cyrano with a little hat on? Aye. Sabinianus. There's a reference for you. Sabin was one of the main characters in Final Fantasy VI. The one that can suplex a train. Gonna use the 8th right now. Yeah. It was only ever a dream, wasn't it? To think we could reclaim it, rebuild it all ourselves. Before this all began, I sent my wife and daughter away to the provinces. If there's a chance I might see them again, I'll take it. But take me with you, please. Well, got the 8th right sorted in the end. All it took was a few adjustments, and now it works as well as it ever did. From what I can tell, the one in Laterm is also functioning as normal. That's where you lot are staying, isn't it? Now that most of us are packing up and leaving this place, I reckon there'll be more use for me and my skills over at your camp. Probably me some blue quests here in a minute. There's one right there. Ah, it's you, the one who treated me with such kindness. I heard from the others that you're not from around here. I thought you were one of us. Not that it makes much difference now. Purebloods, migrants, savages. After a while, the words start to lose meaning until all you're left with is anger and fear and hate, and I'm too tired. If you and Norse have come to offer aid, I'd be glad to accept. We have much to discuss. Our rescue, the attack in Camp Broken Glass, what we'd hope to talk about with Quintus. But all that can wait. More urgent matters demand our attention. Are any of the refugees willing to come to our camp? Think the 12. Think the 12. You and I should go first and secure the route back to Camp Broken Glass. With all the creatures and tempered skulking about, I expect we'll have our hands full. It should come in handy. Conqueror's chain. Courtesy of our lemons and friends. I'd save it for the tempered, though. I'll mark a few points that need surveying on your map. Once you've taken care of the riffraff, we'll meet back at our camp. But now I need to run all the way back. And hit a bunch of top spots along the way. Blue quest first. At least it's right up here. Azure-haired woman. All the way in there. Okay. Trying to run away. Don't be seen. Too close, don't be seen. He's trying to go back to his home. That probably is busted up. I think he's not being attacked by this robot. Makes 0 sense. Just grab him. I don't have to follow him. Overturned dump truck. Wasting my time, kid. Come on. Can't hear this though. Come on, kid, run. Yep, that's his home. This kid. Yeah, what do you expect to happen? Confutio! These kids. Better than playing hide and seek with them, though, which happens in a lot of games. Okay. Cabo. I didn't notice that the first time. It's not on the map. Okay. Back to your regularly scheduled story quests. Confutio! Where are these other 2 blue quests going to come from? Over here, probably? It says subdue him first. Does it mean knock him down to 0 health? Ah, beat him down close. Right next to these ice giants. Let me go to them. Nice, no threats there. That I'm okay with. Emperor's Rose, that's a hunt to target. Really? Thank you. Go ahead and rubber band. Anticio. Might as well just run over there. Be slower to teleport and then run. Doesn't make any sense there either. Ah, there you are. As expected, I ran into a few beasts who went down without much of a fight. The tempered proved somewhat troublesome, but those chains should keep them under control until our allies take them into custody. With that taken care of, I'm to gather a few supplies and then return to the station. While I see to that, would you mind apprising Lucia of our progress? As it happens, I have some rather pertinent information from our recent scouting forays, but I'll save that for later. First things first and all that. I'm Algazer. I was informed of Quintus's suicide. It must have come as a great shock to his men. What are the refugees? I'm told some were receptive to our proposal, but I would hear your account firsthand. Explain, 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 explain. That so many do not hesitate to accept proves how desperate their situation has become. We'll do our best to make them feel welcome. The troops who participated in the ambush are no exception. They will be afforded the same treatment as any other refugees, perfidy notwithstanding. After all, even if I wanted to make an example of them, there's no one left to learn from it. We will tell our allies that these soldiers were acting under direct orders of their legatus, and that following his suicide, they offered a full and unconditional surrender. Perhaps Quintus thought that had he lived, he would be tried as a war criminal, and his men punished with him. Perhaps by taking his own life, he hoped to absolve them of any culpability. Perhaps, like too many others, he was a true believer to the end. Who can say? I didn't know the man or his heart. His reasons, noble or otherwise, died with him, and it falls to us to clean up the mess. Blue quests. I assume you're curious about how matters have progressed here in your absence, quite well as it happens. Now that we've procured cerulean from Tapper's Den, the recently repaired heaters can provide much needed warmth. Furthermore, we've prepared sufficient food for everyone. Those from Tertium shall find a hot meal waiting upon their arrival. There is one for you, so go ahead and get some well-earned rest. I believe that we're capable of wielding a ladle or two without your assistance. On your way, might I ask you seek out your Stola? She was but recently attended to the wounded, but she's meant to be taking a rest herself. See that she is. I'm going to talk to her in a minute. I'm going to get these blue quests done. Only if they give me, 8th occurrence, because otherwise it'd be a waste of time. Yep. Lookable keep. There. Where do you want me to go? All the way back. Okay. Yep. And have her accompany me, so I have to walk all the way back. Probably. Teleporting is up. Not in question. Can I just take it with me? Would you have a mount? Some info. It'll be some time yet before we've mapped the entirety of this vast expanse. It stretches far as north as far as the eye can see, inhospitable to even the hardiest of explorers. It's a wonder that the Garleans survived at all, let alone went on to form the Empire. Seeing the Magna Glacius with my own eyes, however, I've gained some understanding of their disposition. Okay, another one. This is only hearsay, but I have been told that those masses are formed when cerulean bursts forth from the earth and comes into contact with the surrounding water, freezing instantly and capturing that moment of violence forevermore. The water mixed in prevents the ceruleum from being set aflame, so we can't use it as fuel without refinement. The amount of ceruleum you get after all that work is barely worth the trouble. Pure ceruleum is wrested straight from the earth. That's what those rigs you see off in the distance are doing, or so I've heard. Here we are, safe and sound. We couldn't have done without you, friend. We just walked. Now all that's left is to deliver the goods. Let us enter those caves and get some shelter from these freezing winds, eh? Well, the goods have been safely delivered, but... Oh, that's right. Blah, blah, blah. I didn't really care about all that. I cared about the little story bits along the way, but not that part. Not gonna start caring about those all of a sudden. Any other current quests? No, thank you. You wanna play cards? Worldly Imperial. There we go. Come on, come on, come on. Name is Valisus. There he is. Alright. Back to Y'shtola. Because now the only one I have left is probably from the dungeon of this zone. Alright. Yes, yes. I have been taking proper breaks and imbibing sufficient water. What of the Warrior of Light? You and the twins have an established history of reckless disregard for your own well-being. We're all fortunate that none of you landed yourselves in my care. I've already quite enough to deal with, between the tempered and the first wounded. Alas, though I can mend their bodies, the toll their experiences have taken on their hearts and minds is another matter altogether. For their sakes, we mustn't waver, but nor must we rush ahead in eagerness to see the day won, and in so doing invite disaster. Several cutscenes will display. Yeah. I get some story. Hopefully it's all voice acted.
Is that all of them?
The last of those who agreed to join us, yes.
We left heaters and provisions for those who wish to stay behind. They won't last forever, but hopefully they'll last long enough.
For now, I think everyone's earned a rest. We'll see to those in need of medical attention, so take the others with you and get yourselves some hot soup.
Warmth. At last.
Marvelous, isn't it? All thanks to the resourceful machinists of Ishgard, I might add. On their behalf, I bid you warm yourself to your heart's content.
Hold on. Your people might have scribbled a few things on a piece of parchment, but it was our Leminson Smiths that put the bloody things together.
Well, be that as it may, we single-handedly got the interior heating up and running again, didn't we?
The hells you did! We were there every step of the way.
Come to blows.
We? You barely raised a finger to help, you ale-sodden reprobate.
I did a damn sight more than you lily-livered bilge rat.
Take that back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
Here. At ease, man. There's nothing funny in it. I'm from Alamigo, but was a conscript until recently. Used to eat this with the officers.
Apparently, it's adapted from a steppe recipe. This is my first time trying it, and I have to say, it's not half bad.
Mmm. It's a bit too flavorful for my liking.
Perhaps compared to what you're used to.
It's the little things that make life worth living, don't you think?
No.
I know this is not a dream, and yet... I felt the same way at the Dragon Song War's end. Every morning I would step outside and need to be reminded that it wasn't my imagination, that my world had been forever changed. And just as I had grown accustomed to the idea, again you change my world in ways I never thought possible.
Now, Kith.
Were it not for you and your fellow scions, the rift between man and dragon and myriad tribes might never have been bridged. The Grand Company of Eorzea, the Ilsabard contingent. We owe it all to you. We've shed many tears in recent days, of pain and sorrow, triumph and joy. I much prefer the latter.
As do I, and we often don't have the luxury of choice. I'll say, as do I.
I'm honored to fight by your side. As an Eorzean and Garlean both, I shall do all in my power to bring my peoples together.
It is a remarkable achievement. Everything that I and the Populares had hoped for, and more.
Would that it had come sooner.
Indeed. Too many are not here to see it. And yet, there is a warmth in my breast, as if they still share in this moment.
They're watching you from the sky.
Yes, I know what you mean. On a night like tonight, the wind and cold seem to pass me by.
Not everyone has one.
On behalf of the Galleon, I thank you for inviting me today.
What? Emperor Varus?
They are being tempered. The talismans. Quickly!
You should have done that before.
Save me, brave hero! Ahem. My lord has requested your presence, and I would hate to disappoint him.
Get right to it, shall we?
The experiment was a success, but I fear our time is short. I shall begin the preparations.
What experiment is that?
Now, it is time for you to awaken. Good morrow to you. Here, have a taste before it gets cold. Oh, but be sure to remove your helmet. Take a moment, too, to familiarize yourself with that borrowed flesh.
Oh, borrowed flesh. You shoved me into an Imperial?
So, how does it feel? I, for one, find those first moments within a new body to be most refreshing. We had a Magitech engineer by the name of Aulus to thank for this method of soul extraction and implantation. I believe the two of you met briefly in Alamigo. His was a rather sticky end, wasn't it? Thankfully, he was thoughtful enough to leave behind his mind-jack technology. I took the liberty of making some improvements and selecting you as my esteemed test subject.
Be back my body.
And permit you to go on a righteous rampage instead of partaking in this delicious meal? I think not. I must say, I have gone to great lengths to reunite you with my lord.
Apparently all it took you was a teleport.
When I discovered that his friend was in this neck of the woods, I suggested inviting you over for dinner. He never deigned to respond, but I took his silence as a resounding yes. Oh my! Daddy is pleased his grumpy little boy has finally found his playmate.
Varus?
Exposition is in order. The Garlean Empire has long outlawed all forms of religion. No gods to worship, no risk of summoning. Brilliantly simple. But people being people must turn to something or someone in their hour of need. Who then? Why, His Radiance the Emperor, of course. As you have observed firsthand, Garlemald has seen better days. The legendary Solus Galvus, dead. Provinces near and far in open rebellion. Our bold new emperor assassinated. And that last one even sparked a civil war. What rotten luck. The people cried out for salvation. Their earnest pleas, one might even call them prayers, a supplication united for the Empire to reclaim her former glory. And so their will did manifest, channeled through the corpse of none other than Emperor Varus himself. And lo, the Savior was born, the embodiment of the Garlean spirit. Their anima.
Anima. All right. That's from Final Fantasy X. Don't blink at me.
It calls to its subjects, compelling them to take up arms and fight. And just as the wealth and power gravitate towards the Empire's capital, so too does ether from every corner of the globe. The towers with which you and your allies have been so preoccupied were created as an extension of Anima itself. An ingenious design. Would you not agree, my lord?
Why are your coattails not falling?
Does the pursuit of prey you have bested before excite you? Of course not. Absent the challenge, the thrill, your prize is a hollow victory. Butchery. Perhaps you think that to be the extent of my promise. I have no doubt fallen in your estimation since Alamigo. Fair enough. But do not let your disdain deprive us, of an opportunity to craft an even more majestic moment of euphoria. I have been honing my craft as I set the stage for our reunion. Wheresoever there is suffering and despair, you appear to fulfill your duty as defender of this star. The chaos and destruction that my hordes have wrought are my gifts to you alone.
I'm gonna return them.
At a loss for words? No matter. As you will learn, I have only just begun.
Oh, will you not finish your meal?
There is only one thing that can sate my hunger, and it would seem my friend has lost his appetite.
Oh, so can't fight in this body.
I hoped this display of civility might prove an entertaining diversion, but clearly we are above such pretensions. While my lifeless body was in the possession of the Ascians, I too claimed another's as my own. It was an enlightening experience to fight in an unfamiliar form. Flaws and failings in my technique were plain to see. Whence rises one's true strength? The flesh? The soul? Perhaps you should like to discover the answer for yourself.
No thanks.
Or together.
Oh, it took my body. Didn't see that coming.
Oh dear! Whatever would happen if my lord were to greet your friends as you? I shudder to imagine what carnage he would wreak. We'd better hurry if we want to avert the bloodbath. You can thank me later for my generosity.
Where am I?
There it is. Your camp, I believe. If I were to hazard a guess, I would say that you, the other you, is making his way there as we speak. Alas, this you will have to walk from here. Or run, if you can manage it. My lord would be cross if I made it too easy. Such ingratitude. I'd not squander this fighting chance. After all, you've obstacles enough to overcome. Right on cue. Tempered soldiers, with standing orders to kill those not sworn to anima. Under normal circumstances, you would make short work of them. But on this occasion, the odds are not so heavily stacked in your favor.
All right, let's see how this goes. Like the borrowed flesh. I have to fight him, okay. At least it's the same abilities that I usually use.
Not bad at all, given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless, 'twould perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows, scurrying about like a rodent.
Get around him. Why'd I have to go this way? I can't go straight there? Then how do I get out of here? I'm gonna try to go out the front door. If I find fuel and an identification key, I can... Took Reapers for fuel. This is a cool idea, but kind of annoying in practice. I don't want a medical kit. Fuel concealing wreckage. I wonder which one has the fuel in it. I have HP regen now. Trying not to get any more fights because I'm carrying the fuel. Alright, so the way should be clear now. Well, it's like, you need more fuel. How many more of these things do I need to kill? There we go. Of course. More distractions. Hopefully they give me plenty of time now. We're just adding more things to do. Still have that health regen on me. Found us. Get ready. stun for? Stunned every single time I get hit. Oof. Killed everyone else but me. Unable to escape the blast, you begin to lose consciousness. Actually, 80 button works, right? Oh, come on. Really? Need to stay away from the enter button. Do I ever start that all over? Hopefully not. That'd be ridiculous. Are you kidding me? At least I could skip the cutscenes. Stupid. Does it pick up where I left off? Nope. Okay.
Not bad at all, given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless, it would perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows, scurrying about like a rodent.
Yeah, I'm not supposed to go that way because all the... I have to go this way first. You're gonna turn around? In fact, fighting this guy will make it faster because I need to go all the way back. Sucks I have to go so far. Grab the small sack so I get the health regen. Later, dude. Where's it? Drop it right there. All right, take two. This time don't hit enter. I hope this quick time event that I have to deal with is not is the final thing I have to go with, because it would be a pain to have to go through this all again because I messed up on something else. Yes, I'm behind the armor. What are you guys doing? Getting in position. Are you kidding me? What button was I hitting? How ridiculous. Third time's a charm, right? This is very frustrating at this point. I've wasted an extra 20 minutes on this thing that I didn't need to.
Not bad at all, given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless, it would perhaps be prudent to keep
I guess
to
I
the
gotta keep my
shadows,
right hand off of that,
scurrying about like a rodent.
because that's where... Yeah. I wonder if I can actually make it through here. Yes, I can. Right there. Okay. All right. This is thus far the worst part of this expansion. They don't even have checkpoints. You can just pick up like halfway through or anything like that, you know? Again, cool idea, but stupid in execution. Because it used to be with those quick time events, you could just click really fast and get through it. And they made it more difficult. For no reason. You have to hit buttons to do it too. Alright, wish me luck. That's more like it. Crawl? With last my strength, crawl all the way there? Oh, it's counting down. I probably when it's hit 0, then I'll be able to stand up. I can't even change my direction. That was it. That's all I needed to do.
It is a miracle we were able to restrain the Tempered without suffering casualties.
A welcome one. Arun, Senna, and the others have their hands full as it is. Thankfully, there are enough scales for everyone.
And what of Euless? His symptoms were particularly severe.
Yeah, out of nowhere.
They were, but others fared still worse, including some brought back from the Magna Glacius. As those in most desperate need take priority, it may be a while before he receives treatment. But rest assured that he will. In the meantime, we must find our missing friend. May the Fury guide you.
Of all the bloody times for a disappearing act.
Right when the first wave struck, we'd be fools to think it a coincidence. But where even to begin the search? No one saw him leave in the chaos, and we've no trail to follow.
While I know full well he can handle himself, I worry all the same.
Ah, speak of the devil.
And he shall appear. I'm walking slower than normal, so you should know
time
better.
to call off the search.
Come on, Y'shtola. See it. See that it's not me. Not my ether.
Case closed.
That's him. Over there.
There we go.
Aye, 'twould appear so. Thou art struggling to perceive his presence?
I am. Perhaps, in the aftermath of the wave, there is some residual effect interfering with my faculties. But...
Where have you been? We've been worried sick.
Now, all's well that ends well. Are you all right?
Are you all right?
Who are you?
Haha. Ooh. Enough, Xenos.
Sadly, that is all we have time for today. The effect has run its course, and back to your own bodies you must go.
Everyone's ready.
But where are my manners? You have all traveled so very far, and I have yet to pay my respects. Though in my defense, I was ill-prepared to receive so many uninvited guests. As such, preliminary entertainments were in order. A handful of tempered soldiers to hamper your progress. Refugees to command your attention while I siphon the ceruleum from the shadows. Particularly effective. Charitable souls that you are, you bent over backwards to aid them. heedless of the delay, predictable to a fault. And so my plan approaches completion unhindered. Anima will soon have absorbed the requisite amount of ether, and then shall come the spectacle to end all spectacles. The eldest and most powerful of primals will awaken, and all shall bear witness to the final day.
Oh, he's trying to resurrect Zodiark.
The gods themselves will be my meal. Your dear companions my dessert. Upon this world I'll feast, and death shall follow in my wake. All your hate, all your rage, you will render unto me.
For upon thy life's wheel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence. Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation.
Thank goodness. He's awake.
Is everyone all right?
Perfectly fine, yes. I hope the same can be said of you.
Everything in working order? That's a relief. Oh, and before I forget, thanks for coming to our rescue.
Given recent events, I would be surprised if you weren't feeling a bit poorly. A hearty meal and a long rest would be my recommendation under normal circumstances, but these are anything but. If Fandaniel's boasts are to be believed, we must act quickly. Once you've blown away the cobwebs, we can discuss preparations for our assault on the Tower of Babel.
Yeah. The Tower of Babel is probably a dungeon. First, let's turn in this quest. You're certain you're well? Nothing out of place? No missing bits? Good. Though I won't promise the same for Fandaniel and Xenos after I'm through with them. How much must these people suffer before they're satisfied? How many cruel, pointless tricks must they play? Prelude to the final days or no, this ends now. Yep, that's the dungeon, that's the Aether Current. But unfortunately, we'll have to pick this up next time. Thank you everybody for watching.